Rahul Patel, can you hear me? Pranav? Pranav is online.
Yes.
You were there online yesterday?
Pranav is online.
Okay.
वो इसमें पूरा ठीक हो रही ये आज चालू क्यों हो रही है टाइम लगता नहीं मेरा तो अभी people market was हाँ एक आटना को हम निकालना ही है सडनली चल तो वो बचे के ब्लैक कलर में बोल हां रेड से करना तो कौन सा 4.11
4.11 user, all of you. Same. Huh? Inter? Huh. Go to terminal. अगर ये वो काम नहीं हो रहा है क्या? Then 5 open करो. But rest we have to. But I don't know the password of that actually. When you start, big and high we can start, not a problem. Okay. But only thing.
मैं एडजस्ट करके वापस इंस्टॉल करता हूं
अभी देखो मेरा भी ऐसा ही प्रॉब्लम है.
हां वही यहां पे रुक जाता
अभी क्या वो क्या है बंद किया चलो मैं भी कल बंद किया वो चालू भी नहीं किया वो करप्ट होता है ना करप्ट होता है. हाँ सस्पेंड करना पड़ेगा बट हम ये नहीं किया ना. हाँ काम करें. करप्ट होने के बाद मुश्किल फिर से निकालो डालो बस इसमें. मेरा भी वो So who else supposed to? थोड़ा प्रॉपरली सेट डाउन कर नहीं तो सस्पेंड कर रखना पड़ेगा. एवरी टाइम जस्ट टू कीप रिमूव करप्ट होता है वो ओपन से क्लोज करता है ना, बंद करता है पूरा. सो वट एवर फाइल्स विच आर ओपन it will get corrupt, otherwise it will open in safe mode. Okay, so yesterday what all things we have covered just quickly. शेयर कहाँ है इधर? नहीं, शेयरिंग कहाँ है इधर? हो गया कैसे? नहीं ना? Share now. Rahul, can you see screen? तो दूसरा मैडम नहीं आई क्या? अच्छा, अरे यार हर दिन नहीं, शी स्टेइंग हियर. अच्छा, हाँ हर दिन सता रहे तो एंड दैट टू लेडी यार. अगर हम लोग कहाँ तो ट्रक से भी आ सकते हैं अगर कुछ नहीं मिला तो इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर लेडीज ना. इतना कष्ट लेकर आप यू आर लर्निंग great things to appreciate you people.
Sir, if I want to remove this 4.1.1 what can give time?
एडिट करो नहीं तो ये करो, रिमूव फ्रॉम लाइब्रेरी करो. ऐसा इधर आता है ना, ऐसा फॉर एग्जांपल हियर रिमूव फ्रॉम लाइब्रेरी. और डिलीट मीन्स ओनली डिलीट्स फ्रॉम हियर, बट वो कहाँ से होता है ना, वो एक वर्चुअल मशीन एक ओपन रहता है वो जागा, इट विल टेक लॉट ऑफ टाइम स्पेस, तो ये रिमूव फ्रॉम लाइब्रेरी मीन्स वहां से वो उठाता है। अरे यार मेरा भी क्या गड़बड़ चल रहा है। Error while powering on could not create an enormous problem file. वो भी ऑन कर सकते हैं कल। अच्छा आप लोग को नहीं चाहिए ना? ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम। क्विक, योर गुड नेम प्लीज? ऋतुजा, यू आर फ्रॉम पुणे? ओके गुड। पुणेकर पुणेकर, सातारकर, कोल्हापुरकर, अलग अलग। पुणेकर थोड़ा स्वीट ज्यादा खाता है, सातारकर कोल्हापुरकर तीखा ज्यादा खाता है। हाँ तीखा only you can't. I was in Kolhapur also for 5 years. पुणे में मैं 20 साल से 22 ईयर से। अच्छा आता है क्या? अरे यार मेरा घर में कोई भी अप्रिशिएट भी नहीं करता लिटरली। वो इफ somebody comes ना, I start speaking in Marathi. नहीं ते कर्नाटक से मराठी येत नाही सरळ फिनिश। हाँ मेरा भी गड़बड़ हो रहा है इधर। ओहो मेरा कॉल नहीं मिल रहा है, ज्यादा इनसफिशिएंट है। कॉपी डी ड्राइव, check कई और स्पेस इज देयर आर नॉट स्पेस, इनफ स्पेस। मेरा इधर कुछ एरर आ रहा है, स्पेस का इश्यू आ रहा है। ये 2 वर्चुअल मशीन है ना, नहीं तो यहाँ से ये रिमूव करना पड़ेगा। So can anyone recap what all things we have covered so far? Studies, not so far. Yeah, yesterday, what things we knew? What are the core components? What are the core components of Hadoop? HDFS and MapReduce. Right. So what HDFS stands for? It is used to store the data. Right. MapReduce is used to process the data. Right. So when you use HDFS, whenever you move a data, okay. So how did you move a data yesterday? Manually data
node to secondary.
Okay, what is the command to move a data? Hadoop FS minus local. Okay. Then what other command is there? What's the other command?
Command.
What is the other command? One is he said copy from local. What is that? CP is what? CP. But it copies within Hadoop only, not from local file system. See, there are two things. There are two ways you can copy a file, right? One is from local file system, means from external source. You are bringing into Hadoop. Okay, this is you are using a one command from external source to bringing into Hadoop. What are those commands? We have used a copy from local, means from external source, means a local file system you are bringing into Hadoop. Or another command is a put command. Okay, put is the command which brings from external source into a Hadoop. Now within Hadoop, okay, if you want to copy from one place to another place, that is CP is used. Okay, CP for within Hadoop, or MV for renaming the file, right? So how do you see the contents of that file in the Hadoop? How to see that? Now there is a file called customer.txt. I want to see what is in customer.txt. Hadoop. Always when I say Hadoop command means you should always start with the Hadoop FS. You can start with Hadoop FS or you can start with the HDFS DFS. Both are same. Hadoop FS or HDFS DFS. DFS stands for distributed file system. These are all distributed because files are being distributed across all nodes in the cluster. Okay. Now there are so many commands are there which are related to a Hadoop. Okay. Yesterday I said there are like CP is there. All Linux commands are part of a Hadoop commands only. Okay. So CP is there to copy. MV is there for moving a file. Then you can say that RMR, MKDIR, RMDIR. Then put command, copy from local, copy to local, put and get. Counterpart commands are there. Put is copying into Hadoop. Get means copying from Hadoop. Right. Then you have a do command, disk usage command is there. Right. So these all commands are considered to be a Hadoop commands. You can work with the Hadoop. I think yesterday I have given you one site. Portal I have given you. You will find all commands because it's an open source. When it's open source, you find all commands. If you want to go in detail about each command, so just go through that portal, you will find that. Right. So now, once we copied a file into a Hadoop, we cannot just copy, right? I have to do something on that. Okay. If I want to do something on that, I have to use another part of a Hadoop. That is MapReduce. Okay. So in the beginning, when Hadoop has developed, that time there was no tools what we are going to study today. There were no tools. Okay. In the beginning, they started with MapReduce. Okay. Now we know that MapReduce is basically, it is used for processing data. It is used for processing data. So how it processes the data? Okay. So I said that we write a program. Okay. That's called a MapReduce program. They're also called a MapReduce algorithms. We write an algorithm. Okay. How do you write algorithm? There is a framework. Okay. What is that framework? There is a mapper class. There is a reducer class. Okay. We write something in the mapper class. We write something in the reducer class. In between, we have a sort and sepal. Okay. It sorts the data. While sorting data, it sepal between one partition to another partition. Right. The first, when you mapper, okay, usually map function is used, or a map in Java, map class is used for preparing data. For preparing data. Okay, not applying exact business rule. Okay, yesterday we have discussed about what a word count. Okay, word counter. Okay, word count means I want to count each word. When I say each word, that's a business logic. Each word, how many times appears is a business. This is what I want to know. But I'm not putting that logic in what a mapper class. Okay, first I have to read one by one. Okay, I have to read one by one that particular file. Okay, so while reading that file, since it's a word count, so I have to split into words first. Okay, split into words. Suppose if I say that, count how many lines in that file. Okay, mine is what? How to split in that file? What is that? Huh? This is we have splitted, right? We have split wherever W plus means wherever space is there, right? When I say count each word, how many lines are there? In that case, new line. Wherever new line is there, you have to separate. Okay, simple example if I give you, there is a customer file. Okay, customer file has a customer ID, customer name, say customer city. Okay, customer ID, customer name, and customer city. Now, my question is that I want to find out, okay, customer file is there, okay, which has only 3 columns, customer ID, customer number or customer ID, customer name, and location. Location can be Mumbai, Pune, okay, that Madras, Bangalore, okay, Hyderabad and all. Now, if I want to find out, okay, how many customers are in each city? How many customers are in each city? So now when I'm going to read a data first, I have to prepare a data. I have to read a data. How you are going to read a data? Record by record. Okay, each record you have to read. Each record you have to read. Okay, so record by record you have to read. Then bring that as a customer city as a primary column, somewhere else key column. Then you aggregate it. Okay, you aggregate it. So using MapReduce algorithm, you can do anything. You can do anything. It's a low level. Basically, it's a low level. Low level, everything you are writing in detail. Okay, there is no ready-made command available here. Everything you have to use, everything you have to write procedure. Like yesterday, we have written a procedure like first, minimum 3 classes are must. One is driver class, mapper class, reducer class. These are the must. Okay, because when you have a mapper class and reducer class, there is a class through which you can invoke these two. Right? So there is a driver class and there is a mapper class and reducer class. Okay, in driver class, what we do basically, we configure the program. And mapper class and reducer class, we use it. Okay, so now this is usually what we do, we write in Java. Okay, you can write even in Python also. Okay, why don't you try and that Python, see, logic is there. Okay, same logic you can try with the Python language also. Okay, you can try with the Python language, how it is written, and same thing you can do here also, Python. Now, say driver class is this in Java, what when we write a program, and that program is having an extension of what is the extension of what Java program? Java. Okay, .java. Okay, so this we have to compile. Okay, it should be error free. When you compile it, it creates which file? Java dot. After compilation, it creates a file, na? No. Pickle is a Python. Okay, here what? Here class file. Okay, dot class. Mapper dot Java was there. Reducer dot Java was there. Driver word count dot Java was there. Mapper word mapper was there. Word reducer was there. Java. Now after compilation, it will created a Java class file. Okay, because these class files are segregated. Okay, driver, mapper, reducer. Now I put into one jar. That jar file I submit to a name. Jar file I submit to a name node here, right? So when I say this is my cluster, okay, this is my cluster here. Like this is my cluster where it's the name node, and we have a data node. Okay, sorry. So we have a data node here. This is my cluster. Let us take this is my cluster. Okay, this cluster is connected each other. Okay, this cluster is connected each other here. And when I see this is a cluster, my data is somewhere else down. Okay, in the sense maybe a data, it may be a file system here. Okay, I have moved already file. How to move file? From here, I have moving file via name node. Correct? Via name node, I am moving a file because I have to put a command. Put command means where it submits, it submits to a name node only. Okay, I am requesting to a cluster to copy a file. In that, I am not requesting to a team member here. I am requesting to a program manager. Okay, so now when I move a file, so each file is distributed here. Okay, this file is here also. This file is here also in the form of what? In the form of how it distributes a file. What is that? It distributes a file. How it distributes? In the form of
cluster.
In the form of blocks. Okay, block is there. No, I said block size. Okay, so this will get, so your file is here. Okay, when your file is distributed here, not on one node, it is there on all nodes. Okay, now this has information, name node has information where file is there, how many blocks are there, where those blocks are present. Okay, name node has every information. Okay, so now what you do, you write a program, right? Whatever that you as a user, okay, you write a program using what you are connecting to, you are interacting with the name node. That's what Hadoop I am using, right? You write a program. So this program you create, compile it, and prepare a jar file. Jar file you submit it. When I'm submitting a jar file, what was the command? Hadoop. Hadoop jar file name, class path name, and something word count, that jar file name. That what is there? That's the command. So that you submit to a name node. So jar file consists of what? What jar file has? What jar file has? Jar file has a right. Classes are there. All three classes are there already in the jar file. That driver class, mapper class, and reducer class. Okay. And this mapper class and reducer classes are controlled by driver class. They are not independent. Correct? They are not at all independent, because these two mapper class and reducer class are controlled by mapper class, driver class. Okay, that is your main program. Through that you are invoking these two programs. Okay, now, so that same program, whatever jar file is there, jar file goes to here also. Same jar file also replicates here. Same jar file replicates here also. Okay, so this jar file, what are the first driver program get executes? Here also driver program get executes. Here also driver program get executes. Right. In the driver program, what I'm mentioning, source and destination. So it reads the data from here. Okay, here also it reads data from here. Here also it reads data from here. On every node, do you have a full data? You don't have full data. You have partial data because block is here. Block 1 is here, block 2 is here, block 3 is here. On part of the data only, it performs. Okay. Part of the data only, it what performs. Right. Now, when the jar file is submitted to here, suppose this is failed. Chances are there, na? Because this is a failure. Okay. So when it failures, so obviously data node does not report back. Okay, there is a time, fraction of time is there. When I submit, if you reply me, then I will tell you what to do. If you don't reply, I assume, okay, you are not ready. Immediately I will tell to someone else. Okay, when name node send an instruction, okay, once that name node send an instruction, so it will send it to a data node. If the data node accepts, then it executes. If it does not, okay, accept, okay, automatically it has information. Suppose if there is a block 1 here, okay, here there is a block 1. This you will make it. So, hello, sir. Ha, mic पर नहीं येते की हाँ माहित नाही आता मी क्लास मध्ये आहे सर हाँ प्लीज मेसेज ओके so here what happened that so jar file is block 1 is here, right? Block 1 is here, block 2 is here, and block 3 is here. Okay, part of the data, right? Block 3 is here. Now the jar file is coming here. And it will pull the data, perform the task. Suppose if this is a failure, because there's a chances that it does not accept a request. If it fails, okay, if this is a fail. Now this has information here already where B1 is there, in which node B1 is present. Okay, now if the B1 is wrong here, if it is not there, now B1 is also here. Okay, let us take 3 times it replicates, right? So if the B1 is here, okay, so this B1, again, the same jar file get replicated here. Okay, it means it's a queue. It will put in the queue. For example, here there are how many? 7 people are there. Let us take, these are the 7 nodes, data nodes. And I am the name node. Okay, I know each and everyone who is doing what. Okay, everyone has the same data. Right. When I send a request to him, I will assign the task. Whenever I get a task from the customer, I will assign the task. Okay, who is doing this? He is what, everyone I will give it. The moment I submit, request him, suppose if he is not accepted any request, he is a failure. Failure in the sense, he is not, may not be well, okay, may not be well, or may not be present also. Online, virtually I am submitting, he may not be there in the class. Okay, now next what? I will not get any reply. When I will not get any reply, what happens here? So immediately I will push to him. Right. Whenever he sees this message, he will wake up. Hey, I got some request. Now he is what? Get ready from the failure. I get a message. Now I know that he is ready. I will not give a same task. I will give another task. But now I'll put the task which is supposed to be given to him, I'll put in his queue. Okay, he is already busy to perform a task, but I'll put it to his task in next queue. The moment the existing task is over, he will take this task. Okay, now here he is also wake up. Okay, now I will give the same task to him also. Task is 1, but I'm giving to 2 persons. Okay, now here both are doing. Okay, this is called speculative execution. Speculative execution. The terminology is called a speculative execution. So he is doing the same task, he is also doing the same task. In what condition we are doing the same task? In what condition the speculative execution is there? One, if the node get fail to receive the message, if it does not acknowledge, okay, in that case, I have to complete the task somehow. Then I'll push to him. This is one. Second, I'm giving same task to everyone. Okay, I'm giving task to everyone. Okay, so he has completed only 40%. His existing task he has completed only 90%. Okay, now I have a time bound here. When I have a time bound here, since he has completed 40%, he has completed 90% of his existing task. So now what I'll do that for safer side, I'll push this task to him also. Okay, now he is continuing doing this task. And once his existing task is over, he will take that task. Right. Now, again, both are doing same task. This is also called a speculative execution. Okay, task is one, but both are involved. Two nodes are involved here. Right. Now, suddenly, when he starts his second task, meanwhile, he completes his task. Okay, he will report me. Yes, I have done. So what I'll do, immediately I'll send a kill signal to this node. Don't do, stop it. Okay, because I got already result. So this is also what in case of slower execution. Because why I am telling this, there is a slower execution, one node gets slower, one node gets a speed. Because we are not bringing all machines in the same manner. Because one may be having a 2 GB RAM, other may be having a 4 GB RAM, other may be having only 5 GB RAM. Okay, varieties of machines I am bringing. That's called a commodity hardware. Commodity hardware. Both the machines are there, but configuration may be different. Okay, configuration may be different. So chances are there it is execution in different ways. Is that clear? Okay, now this is what we did yesterday. We are writing detailed program here. Detailed program we are writing. That was possible. That was there only when Hadoop has introduced in the beginning. When the Hadoop has introduced in the beginning, there was no tools like what I am going to cover today. Later, somebody has donated. Okay, somebody has donated these tools what I am teaching today. It's not a Apache Hadoop tools. Somebody has donated like Yahoo, Facebook. They have donated their tools. Right? So now that's what MapReduce means. We are writing. The first drawback is what? Lines of codes are heavy. Because you know already minimum simple program. The same program will execute in one language for hardly 5 lines code. In Spark, only 1 line code. Same thing. Right. Now, this is about what MapReduce we discussed. Now, second, suppose if my data is in what, say RDBMS. My data is also there, might be there in organization. Some data may come from a file server. If the file server data comes, I will move here manually. If that now already I have a database or already I have a data warehouse. Okay, that's not enough for me to execute or store. Now this data I want to bring into Hadoop for further process. Okay, in order to import data from RDBMS and bring them into Hadoop, which tool we were using? I told, what is that? Scoop. Scoop was a tool which is used to interact with RDBMS and Hadoop. Right. So Scoop is also here. Now I should have a first database here. Okay, there is a database also involved. It is also installed in this place. Okay, so let me just open that database here. I think this you can do it. I give some time. You can do it. This particular practical in the same place. Okay, because here 1 minute. Where I kept this here. Yeah. Okay. Now the whatever the material, whatever that VMware you are using, there is a MySQL. MySQL is already there. Okay, and its username is training. Password is also training. Okay, username is also training. Password is also training. Right. So if I take this command and get execute here, MySQL minus user equal to training and password equal to training. What I stop, what I start. Yeah, can just take this. Sorry, double to start here, MySQL -- user equal to training. I think this I have given to you already. Yeah, you can take that command also, not a problem. So you can just connect here first, MySQL. Okay, enter. MySQL is here. I think you people have already, you are aware of SQL, right? Which SQL you have used? MySQL only, correct. So now how to see databases? I want to see databases in this particular, what is that? Show databases. Okay, these are the databases. In that, if I want to open a database like movie, okay, movie lens. Okay, database is open. Now, if I want to show tables, show tables. These are the tables, correct? These are the tables are generic, movie ratings, occupation, user. So many trainings, so many tables are there. Now, if you open one of the table like a movie, okay, how to use how to see the content, how to see the metadata of this movie? How to see the metadata of this movie? That is the data. I want to see the metadata. Describe. Okay, describe movie. Sorry. DSC. Okay, this is the description of data. All right? Now, if I want to see the contents of the file or table, select star from movie. Clear? This is the data. Right. Now, let me give about architecture here. How exactly, so that you will at least correlate here. So I will just, anyway, your virtual virtual machine is there on your window machine. Right. Now I will directly take a virtual machine. This is your virtual machine. Okay. This is what I call it as a VM. Okay. VM, Cloudera VM is there. In that VM, what is installed here? What is installed? Ubuntu. Okay. Ubuntu is here. And this is what when I say Ubuntu, it's called local file system. Local file system. Okay. That's what, wherever you are seeing that $sign, that's a local file system. Right. Now on top of local file system, you have a Hadoop. Okay. So that is what in that Hadoop. Okay. You know that already two HDFS. HDFS and MapReduce are there already. And MapReduce. Okay. These are the two components are there already, right? Now your database is here. Database is here. MySQL database is here, not in Hadoop. It's not in Hadoop. Okay, it is there outside the Hadoop. Right? Now, from yesterday, whatever you have put command you have used, right? I have files here. This file you have copied here. Yesterday. Okay. Yesterday, what you have done? You have like whatever, which file you have copied? Shakespeare. Okay. Shakespeare was here. And from this place, you have moved this file manually into this place. Okay. Because I cannot bring from here. Because this is a VM. Okay. The same thing, if I have a file server, I can move same thing. Okay. But since it is a local file system, so you have moved files into a Hadoop. Now my database also there. So I can also move some of the files from here to here. Okay, using scoop. Using what? A scoop. Now, whenever you write a scoop command, okay, there are so many commands of scoop. Whenever you write a scoop command, it executes a MapReduce program at backend. Okay, whenever you are copying a file, there is a MapReduce program which is written. Okay, that program will get executed for copying file from a local file system into Hadoop. Okay, now I am using only command. Agar aap MySQL mein, if you write only create table name, okay, there is a huge lines of code which is written already. Might be, I don't know in which language the MySQL has written. Okay, for example, Oracle, if you take, Oracle was developed in C++. Oracle was developed in C++. See, similarly, the MySQL also might be developed in some language. There's a huge lines of code has written already. Even if you use a simple select command, select star from something, there is a program at backend, 100 lines of program is there which get executes. Okay, same thing whenever you want to import a file from MySQL into Hadoop or export, so there is a program of MapReduce which will get executed at backend. At a backend. Now, let me tell you that what are the commands. Okay, now you have done this part, right? Okay, I have a movie, and if I want to see, now you have seen this data, right? Here. Now, if I want to see only 10 records, how do you do it? What is the command? Limit. Right. So here you use a select star from a movie limit of 10. Okay. For sample record, you can see it. Now, if I want to copy or import files from MySQL into Hadoop, so command is scoop. Okay, scoop. The first, okay, first what I want to do that I want to know, okay, how many databases in through scoop. Through scoop, if I want to know how many databases are there already in MySQL, I can execute what? Scoop list hyphen databases. List hyphen databases and connect. This is a host string. Host string is a local only because my database is in the local file system. The local system only. So JDBC MySQL / localhost. And username you know already, _user training. Password is also training. Right. So I can just, if I run this command, so you can see list of databases. Okay, you can see what a list of databases. Don't execute list of databases here because this you are in the database. Okay, now you should execute in the where you should execute here in front of $sign. Okay, all Hadoop commands are executing in front of $sign. Right. Now, when I say here, you are in this, you are in SQL, within SQL. Okay. So when I go here, okay, how to see files from Hadoop? How to see files from Hadoop? How to see how many files are there in Hadoop? Hadoop fs minus ls. And if I want to see from the root directory, which is symbol I have to use? Forward slash. Forward slash. When I run, so it means that you can see all files which are there in the Hadoop. Okay, there is a HBase, there is a temp, there is a user, there is a where. So if you go to a user, so user, so you can just see what is in user. You can see one training directory also. Sorry, USER. USER. So you'll see one folder called a training. So is a user folder. In the training, I don't have anything at this moment. Okay, yesterday I have moved some files like Shakespeare. Now no more Shakespeare here because that is removed that entire file. It's new only. Okay, no files are here. Correct? Now, if I want to bring file from MySQL into Hadoop, I run scoop command. Okay, scoop command. So here, if I use scoop here, okay, when I use the scoop here and just enter. Okay, when I enter this command, so as I said, backend it uses MapReduce job. Okay, first it is a listing the files. Now you are not yet importing a files. Okay, now these are the databases like information schema, Hue, Metastore, Movie Lens, MySQL, test and training. These are the databases you have in the SQL. Now, if you want to see here, these are all the databases, show databases. Okay, like information schema, Hue, Metastore, okay, Movie Lens, MySQL, test and training is there. Now, there are some in Movie Lens, you have some tables. Okay, now I am already there in the Movie Lens, it seems. Like, let me take 1 second, open it, Movie Lens. In the Movie Lens, show tables. Okay, these are the tables. Now I want to import a movie table into Hadoop. I want to import a movie table into Hadoop. For that, you can see here that in order to import a file, I can use a scoop import. Scoop import, first connect to a database. Okay, so database, you can say -- connect JDBC MySQL, which is there in the local host, and database name is Movie Lens. Right. So which table I am from that Movie Lens database, which table I want to connect? Movie. Okay, I want to import a movie table. Okay, now when I import a movie table here, of course, I should have a username and password. Okay, now here when I say that whenever you are importing a table from MySQL into Hadoop, okay, your table you are bringing there, you are bringing in Hadoop in the form of a file. Anything you store in Hadoop is a file. Please do remember this. You may ask questions in the interview. What is the format, storage format in Hadoop? File system. That's what I am talking about, file system. Anything you store, even if you store an image, it's a file only. Okay, it's a file only. It is any file you push in Hadoop, everything directory is created. Anything you do it, it's a directory is created. Within that directory, there is a file. Everything in Hadoop is stored in the form of directories. Directories. Okay, so you may ask question that when you say I know that big data also, okay, usually they will ask scoop. Then usually they will ask Hive. People don't use much. MapReduce they may ask. Can you give me an example, or can you just? They may not ask you in detail, but can you tell me the how MapReduce get executes? You should be able to at least answer mapper class, reducer class, driver class, in mapper class how it does, reducer class how it does. With an example, you can see. Anything you store in Hadoop is in the form of a file and directories. Directory, in that there is a file. Anything you store is a directory. Okay. Even if you create, now when I move this file, it is a create directory only. Now, in that file, now I am moving a table into Hadoop. So in Hadoop, when the file is get created, whatever columns are here, okay, there are so many columns, right? Here we have what? Say, in this case, I think here, yeah, we have ID, name, year. Yeah. Which SQL? Hadoop, from the scoop, right? Scoop, like scoop is there to connect, na? So here connect is there, na? Connect command. Hadoop, like suppose do you want to here. This one. Okay, scoop. Now if I want to list a tables from the database, okay, so before that I have to connect. It will connect here. No, I can take this. No, this file you are not sharing. Yeah, already saved. Everything is saved so that you can also do a practical with me. And some top of that, I have some example with ready-made solution. You can practice it. Okay, I will tell you that also. Now, let me do it, import first. Okay, I will do an import. Now, what I'm telling, whatever table, movie table is there now, which has 3 columns. So when I'm writing, importing, it brings into a Hadoop in the form of file. Okay, those columns are there, right? So here, how columns are being written? Columns are written which are delimited by tab. If you want tab, you can. Agar aapko comma chahiye to idhar comma likh sakte hai. Whatever file you are going to import from table into Hadoop, so the table should be written in the form of the column should be delimited by tab. Okay, so that's what here you are making. Now let me execute this command. Okay, execute this command over here. Here. Okay, scoop, import, _ connect. Then your host string is there. That is JDBC, MySQL, localhost. Then I am connecting to a movie lens database. From that, I am importing a table called a movie. Then you have whatever that fields you are going to write into a Hadoop, which are delimited by tab, and username and password to connect to the database. Okay, enter here. So I said backend MapReduce program which will get executed. So here MapReduce program gets executed backend. Okay, you can see here map 0%, reduce 0%. Okay, it means that internally there is a MapReduce programs are already written. So those programs it automatically call and get executes to copy a file from RDBMS into Hadoop. So now, whenever it copies files into Hadoop, okay, it uses mapper. Okay, mappers. You know that mappers are there, right? Mapper program. Okay, you are copying a file. You are not doing any. Are you executing any? Are you using any business logic here? I'm not doing anything. In the word count, मैं क्या कर रहा था? What is my business logic? Counting each word is my business logic. Here I'm not doing anything. Copying from here to here. That's all. No business logic. So when you are copying from here to here, so reducer will not get executed. Reducer will not get executed. Only mappers will get executed. Default, there are 4 mapper get executes. Each mapper generates 1 file. Okay, each mapper generates 1 file. So automatically, since 4, when I use a scoop command, default mappers are 4. I think there will be a question for you. Okay, so tell me what is the number of default mappers when you import a table from a RDBMS into Hadoop. Default mappers are always 4. Okay, and each mapper generates one file, part of the data. Suppose if there are 100 records in the table. Okay, 100 records in the table. When I use a scoop, it imports. Okay, as I said, 4 mappers are there. When the 4 mappers are there, so these 100 records are divided into 4. So in one file, 25 records, another file, 25 records, another file, 25 records. Like that, each file has a 25 records. Okay, here also, now, I don't know how many records are there, but here what happens, okay, it creates a 4 mappers. So now you can see only mappers are getting executed, means here you can see here, map %0, starting is both are 0. Okay, map 50% is executed, reduces 0. Map 100% executed, reduces 0. No reducer is getting executed. Only mapper. Now here map inputs. How many records? 3,881 records are as an input. Okay, how many records have written? Mapper will also read a data. Mapper also writes a data. Okay, so mapper is writing data. How many? The same amount of data is written here. Mapper input, it is reading 3,881 records, and mapper is also generating or writing into a disk 3,881 records here, right? So now, so this is here. Now, if I want to execute, okay. Okay, now how to see whether it is imported or not? How to see imported or not in Hadoop? What's the command to see the files from the Hadoop? How to see files from the Hadoop? Hadoop fs minus ls. Okay, here the default is user. This is a default they have set, and also training is a default folder actually. Within this folder, automatically those files are get created. Now you can see there is a folder called movie. There was no movie earlier. Now it's a movie is there. To check whether how many files are in movie, movie / So here you can see there are 4 files. There are 4 files here, right? So here part means partition. M means mapper. Okay, M means it means that only mapper got executed. If it is a R, means it's a reducer is also get executed. Okay, R means a reducer get executed. So it is since 4 mappers are there, so for each mapper generated one output file. Right. Now, if I want to see the contents of each file, what is the command? Hadoop. What is the how to see the contents? Hadoop fs minus cat / user / training. Okay, / movie. Because within that movie folder it is there, right? So part -m -0000. You can see that these are the files. These are data we brought it from RDBMS. You brought data into Hadoop, and with each record is delimited by tab here. There's a tab here and also tab here. And 3 columns are there: movie ID, movie name, movie year. Okay, movie year. So this way, so what happened that records you can import a file from RDBMS into Hadoop. Now, as I said, there are 4 mappers default. Okay, there are 4 mappers default, but you can increase or decrease number of mappers. You can increase or also decrease mappers. Agar I don't want to make 4 files, I want to make only 1 file, or I want to make only 2 files. Okay, I want to execute only 2 mappers. So as many mappers you get executes, each mapper is one processor. Please remember, each mapper is one processor. So internally, when it is executing 4 mapper means 4 processors are get initiated. If you have more and more processor get initiated, what happens here? It impacts on the performance. Okay, so that's why you can decrease. चाहिए तो decrease कर सकता है और चाहिए तो भी increase भी कर सकता है. Okay, so by passing one parameter, that's all. By passing only a simple parameter, that is minus m. Okay, minus m, if you use pass parameter, okay, if you use a minus m, by using minus m, you can pass that particular parameter here, right? So I will tell you that how to use minus m. Okay, now there is one more file. Let me copy one more file, right? Here movie is there, na? Which is other file, other table is there. Here, right? Yeah, let me go to a MySQL. What is other table? In movie lens, show tables. Show tables. Let me copy one more movie called, you can make it occupation is one table is there. Now you can use a select star from occupation. Is a one more table. Just see here what records are there. There are some records here. Occupation ID and other name is there. Occupation name is there. Okay, there's a one more file, right? Or if I want to see a movie rating is also there, one table. Select star from movie rating. Whatever that movie you rate it, so that movie MOVIE rating. Okay, movie rating. So these are the movie ratings. You can see so many ratings are here. Okay, every movie you are given some ratings. Okay, so this is data. Okay, this is what data. There are so many records are there, right? So when you have so many records, now if I want to copy this data, okay, because too many records are there. Stop it. Okay, so I'll stop it. There are so many records are there. Okay, or I'll take what is that previous movie? Occupation. Occupation has only few records. I can do it. This is a data. Okay, occupation table. Right. Now I want to bring occupation table. Okay, with one or two mappers. Okay, so how to do that? Here I'll just change the table name. Okay, change the table name here. And here I'll copy. Just copy here. So what I do that occupation, or I can say movie rating. Let us take a movie rating only. There's too many records are there. Or rating. Fields are terminated by tab only. Then username is this. And here what I do, simply one parameter I pass. Okay, what is that parameter? Minus m. Minus m. Okay, minus m means number of mappers. How many mappers you want? If I want only 2, default anyway it's 4. Okay, now if I want 2 only, so I can use m minus 2 minus m minus 2 or minus 2 is there. Okay, now let me get execute here. Okay, minus m2. When I use minus m2, okay, so it's wrong. Huh? That's not a command. Minus m or m minus 1 minute. M minus 2. M double hyphen m2. No, that's also wrong. 1 minute. I take this command. Here, like Hadoop commands, na, you can use the Apache Scoop. Apache Scoop. You can just type it here. You'll find that's a separate one. Here you can see here. All commands you'll see here also. Okay, you can just see that here. Because these are all ecosystems. Okay, they are not part within Hadoop. They are, so that's what they will give you a download. If you want to install Hadoop Scoop, you have to download. And this Hadoop was developed by a company called Cloudera. Okay, it's a Cloudera. Apache Scoop is a tool designed for efficiently transferring bulk data between Apache Hadoop and structured data store. When I say structured data store, that is RDBMS. Okay, such as a relational database. Scoop successfully graduated from incubator in March 2012 and is now top level Apache project. Okay, and this is developed by, say what I said, Cloudera. Okay, Cloudera has developed this tool and donated to Apache. Apache is a ASF, Apache Software Foundation is a open source. Okay, so now you can say that is what you can say this Scoop. If you want to know source code also, it is available. Okay, now when I go to a Scoop documentation, where is Scoop here? Yeah, documentation, Scoop 1. They have also some Scoop 1 and Scoop 2 version is there. Okay. This is the documentation here, right? Okay, now if I take one of the version. Okay, Scoop developer guide. Okay, you can just step by step, you can just Scoop sub package. They are talking about lots about a Scoop and everything. So here there are plugins are there, like they have given code only. Yeah, using command alias installation is there. Using generic specific arguments are there. Let me go to command alias. Scoop import double hyphen some arguments you have to use if you want to see a syntax and all. If you want to know Scoop help, suppose if you want to know about what is import and everything. Okay, now I told you import means it's importing a file. So if you want to see help, Scoop help import. Okay, this is what usually we do here. Scoop help, okay, import. This is what about a help you will get it about Scoop import. Right. Again, if you want to just see that some commands. Okay. If you see some commands like Scoop import connect. If you want to connect to any database, okay, that's what we have seen. Like a Scoop import double hyphen connect JDBC. Okay. MySQL localhost DB, whatever that, since it default is a MySQL and username is foo, table is a test. Okay, now you are importing a table. Right. So now if you want to, like mappers, I was just saying, right? So these all syntax is there. Okay, here you can see here some of the syntax here. Connect double hyphen connect you are using. You are using specify the JDBC connect stream. Double hyphen connection hyphen manager. Specify connection manager class 2 use. Driver manually specify the if you are going to use JDBC driver. So you can use a JDBC driver. Hadoop map reduce home. Like where you want to write. Also that also you can mention. Okay, it is this is currently just now when I imported is writing into a default directory. If I have a specific directory, if I want to import into a specific directory in Hadoop, I can mention that is Hadoop map produce home. Means in that specific directory, I can write it. Help, already we know that. Help. Password. Now I am passing password through command only. Okay. Double hyphen password equal to training I have used. Suppose if you keep password in file and that file you want to refer. In that case, we use a double hyphen password hyphen file and file link. Means it picks up password from the file. Right. Then P, read password from the console. Right? Default is a P because you are reading data from the console only. Okay, sorry. P means when you use a minus P, it will ask password. See, there are three things here. One, just now I have, when I am importing a password, I am already mentioning the command itself. Okay, for that we are using a double hyphen password. Double hyphen password equal to training. Right. Username is also I am mentioning in the command itself. Okay. Double hyphen user equal to training. I am in the command itself. Now, but in some cases, you don't want to display password. Because आप देख सकते हैं ना मेरा password क्या है इधर. Okay, you can see a password here. Because I am giving a password and train here. But the password, the moment it will ask a password, you want to say enter through the console. Okay, now in that case, so what you need to do, minus P, you can use it. Okay, for example, here, I use only minus P. Okay, when I use minus P, you are not writing password here. It will ask. Okay, it will ask the password here. Minus P means it will ask the password. Okay, now when I see here, okay, enter. It will ask password. Okay, here it's asking password here. You can see here. It will ask password. Previously, I have given password in the command. Okay, that's what a double hyphen password equal to training. But I don't want to display password. I want to ask through the console. Then you can use the minus P. Okay, extra. Suppose if you don't want to enter through the console, I keep password in a file. I want to refer that file as a password. So here you can use, the option is this. Okay, double hyphen password hyphen file and give a file link. Okay, it takes password from that file. You are not displaying, you are not even typing while entering, because why? When, in which condition it is using? When I'm in interactive mode, I'm giving you command. Okay, but in production, you have to use a double hyphen password file, because in production backend jobs are running. Every developer will not go and enter the password every time. No, automatically it should pick up from the password file. In that case, you use a double hyphen password file and give a file name. Okay, if any password changes, you change only in the file. Okay, so that's what here. Now, there are other options. Print more information while working. Like suppose if you want some more information while working, so you have to use a verbose. Okay, you have to use a verbose. So these are all parameters with respect to what import. So now what I'm just giving you here, one kind of a minus M, right? So minus M, if you use, if we can restrict to a number of mappers. Okay, let me just give you that. SQL delimiter minus M. Sorry. Here. Okay, that was correct only. Now minus M. Minus M means mapper, number of mappers. How many mappers you need? So here, what I do that, I'll use some wrong password here so that I don't want to execute this. Okay, I don't want to get executed. Now, here what I want to do, password is there, password equal, yeah, I can use -p also. Then I want to use a -m. Default, how many mappers are there? 4. Now I want to make a 8. 8 mappers I want to use it. -m 8. Enter. When you enter, it will ask for password. Correct? Because -p I have used here. -p, I enter the password, training. Okay. Enter. Okay, it executes. Okay, it executes. So in this, when you execute here, how many files are get created? 8 files are get created in Hadoop because 8 mappers are used. Right. So once it is done, so I will just go to mapper. I'll go to what that file, that Hadoop. Then you can see that those files here. Yeah. Default 4. Default 4 you can increase, you can decrease. Okay, default it is if you don't mention any. Previously I did not mention anything. 4 files are get created because 4 mappers got executed at backend. Now in this case, what I did, I made it 8. Okay, I want to do quickly. Okay, I don't do quickly, but it will be more load on system also. Because 8 processors are getting initiated. Instead of doing 1 person, okay, I'm putting 8 people. Right. So that's why it makes 8. Now, if you see here, Hadoop fs-ls / user / training / what is the file name? Let me first see. Within that file, you can see what is the occupation. No, not occupation, movie rating. So you can see this is a movie rating. So I want to see how many files are there in movie rating. Movie rating / So you will see 8 files here. Okay. Part M0000, then 1, 2, 3, up to 7. 0 to 7, 8 files are there. You can decide how many mappers you want. And whether you want to give a password through console, whether you want to give a password through file, or whether you want to give a password within a command itself. Command itself. Okay. So this is about what? Import. You are doing an importing data from, okay, you are importing data from RDBMS into Hadoop also. Correct? So if you want to do export, okay, I have already file in my this one database, sorry, Hadoop. So this file I want to export into database, RDBMS. When you want to export, you have to have a table there. Table chahiye na udhar. Agar RDBMS with table, without table, how do you push data? You have to have a table. Okay. So to do that exercise, I think there is an exercise here which is given to you. Let us go back to this exercise. Scoop final is there, which is given to you. Okay. In the scoop final, okay, you can connect it to database. Okay. Now चाहिए तो आप एक database भी बना सकता है. Create a database. When you get into a MySQL, you create a database. First you show database, then you can create a database. Right? Then if you want to change from one database to another database, you have to open the database. Clear? Okay. Now within that, you create one table called employee. Okay. You create one table called employee. If it is already there, you drop it. That you know how to drop a table. Drop table, table name. Okay. Agar nahi to, you can create a simple table. Okay. That is create table, department and structure. Very simple here we have. Now you insert these records. Around 4 or 5 records you insert. Insert record 1, insert record 2, 3, 4, 5 records you are inserting in employee table. Sorry, department table. One is a department table. Now you can also create an employee table. Here, department table, first what you have done? Yeah, this is a department table. You have create table, department and employee. Two tables you are asking to create. Okay, one, you have created a department table in the MySQL and you have added some inserted records. Same thing, you have created here an employee table, correct? Then you are inserting some records. You are inserting some records in the employee table, correct? Now you can create one database in MySQL DB, one database, and you can give a password. Password, any username and password you are already aware, training. Okay, you can create a, first you can export. Okay, you can export means you are exporting from this particular employee. Okay, one table, one file which is there in this particular directory, you want to export file into table. Okay, we'll do that. First import, then we'll also export it. We can do it that. Okay, now your employee table is there already here. Show tables you are doing, both tables are here. Okay, you are doing the create employee, create a table employee, no primary key. There is one more table is there, employee, no PK is another table you have created here. Okay, inserted some records, database also there. Okay, now you have three tables, department, employee, no PK. Okay, now you can quit from here. The first, okay, if you want, if any files are there in the Hadoop, if any files are there in Hadoop, you delete them. Okay, you are using Hadoop FS minus RM. Agar if files hai to delete karo. Okay, and now whatever tables you have created in where in MySQL, that is a department, employee, no PK. These three tables you are importing here. One, you have a import means only import means you are importing only one table. Agar from this particular database. Okay. Agar if you import all, if you make it import all, it means all tables from that database will get imported. All tables. That's what import hyphen all hyphen tables. Just importing only specific table. Okay, when you use a specific table, that you are using a double hyphen table here. Okay, now I don't want to import specific table. I want to import all tables. So you can use a import hyphen all tables and connect this one. Rest is same. Okay, here we are using whatever the username and password, and default it will get imported. Okay, now you are importing all tables. Now this is what in your case you have to change. Your username is training. But when you are referring this, you have to make a training. Now minus P, I told you, minus P is what? It will ask for a password. Okay, this also we have exhibited. Okay, agar suppose if you use something minus P lowercase, it expect what? A minus P is an uppercase. Okay, you may get an error and all. Now whatever files you have copied or imported, that all files you can see here. Okay, like department is one directory get created, employee is also created. Okay, because here it is a directory in the Hadoop. Now if you can see what is in the department table, department directory, whatever files are there, na, like default 4 mappers, 4 files are get created here. Same thing, department, these are the table, contents of the table here. Okay, contents of the table. Now, same thing in employee also. Suppose in employee, if you make mapper 2 minus M2, then there will be 2 files get created in the employee table. Okay, then After that, okay, if you want to list out all tables from the MySQL, okay, you can use a scoop list hyphen tables, list hyphen database, both are there. Okay, if you want to see all databases, list hyphen database, or if you want to see all tables, when you are mentioning list tables, you have to mention database also. Okay, so here we are making a list of databases from the database, right? So like this all import only, then you are just step by step importing this file. Now I told you there is a target directory. Okay, target directory is in which files are get stored is a default directory. I told you that you can also mention into a specific directory. I don't want to go to a default directory. I want to get into a specific directory. In that case, you have to mention a directory name. Clearly, directory name here you have to mention here. Where is that? Double hyphen target. Double hyphen what? Target. So in that, I don't want to into the default. I want to get into one more directory called my new dir. Within that, new employee. Okay. So this is how you are doing. And you can also see the contents of that file. Right. So here, do you like without specifying mappers? I told you that without I have not, in the first case, I have not mentioned any mappers. Default, how many mappers? 4. Okay, that's what, if I want mappers, -m. Right. So like this, there are set of commands, small commands are there, how to see and all tables over here. Okay. So there are a lot of, even if you do one by one, okay, one by one, so you can work on this actually lab, one by one lab, you can do it. Even you can join, for example, join you can do in MySQL. Okay, in MySQL they have given some commands here, join. Okay, so this join 2 tables. Okay, so 2 tables if you want to condition. Okay, condition if you want to use. Whatever join conditions you are using in the SQL, in scoop also I want to join these 2 tables and bring data here. Okay, I want to join 2 tables in SQL and bring data over here. In that case, you have to use a query, double hyphen query here. Query, give a query here. Based on this query, okay, based on this query, so data will come. Whatever the table is there now, based on this query, table will come. So do you want me to execute these all commands? If you want, I can just show few commands. Yes. Okay, step by step, how you begin over there. Okay, let us go to from the beginning. Okay, so that you will come to know how to do that. Now go, whenever you start your MySQL. Already we have started MySQL, correct? Then show database also we have done. Create database. I will use one database. Okay, so instead of using test, what I do in my case, I create a database which is okay, which is what my database I use, MyDB. I'm using a MyDB here. Okay, MyDB. If you want to, you can also try one by one along with me. You go to database, create database MyDB, enter. My database got created here. No. Okay. Now, what I do that in the MyDB, okay. Okay. Yes, sir. So MyDB is there. Now, step by next question. Use database. Okay. Use data means you are opening that database. I use here, use MyDB. Because I am replaced with the test is replaced with the MyDB. Okay, now I am in MyDB. Show tables. Okay. Show tables means what? I want to see how many tables are there. Show tables here. No record, no tables are there because it is a plain new database. Now, here what I do, create a table, department and employee. I want to create both the tables. First, what I do, I will create a department table. Take this command. Okay. I'm creating a department table. Go to here, write this command, create a table. Okay. Now, in the same way, I will add records, insert records into that. Okay. There are some records. What I do, I use this. Okay. I'll take just cut paste here. Insert records into the department table. Right click, paste it. Okay. You are inserting your inserted records. Now here, if you want to see these records are there or not, select star from DPT. Okay, there are 5 records we have inserted. Now go to, okay. So go to here, this command, create an employee table. Okay. Create table employee. I'm creating a table in employee table in the database. Okay. So you can also show tables. You will find how many tables? 2 tables. One is the department and employee. Add records into the employee table. Okay. You are inserting records into the employee table. Okay. Take this command and insert record into the table here. Okay. Now you inserted. If you want to see records from the employee table, what is the command? Select star from employee. Okay, these are the records. So now in RDBMS, we have 2 tables, and these tables are present in my database, my DB. Right. Now, so this all you have executed here, both. Now there is one more table they have created. Okay, one more table they have created called employee. What is that? Employee no key, no primary key, because with no primary key. And let me create that table also here. Okay, so when I create this table also got created, third table got created. I can add some records within that also. Okay, insert record. I can add records here. Insert record into no employee, no PK. I will insert records also here. So now how many tables are there in MySQL? 3 tables. Department, employee, employee, no PK. These are the 3 tables we have. Right. Now what I do that here. Okay, now these 3 tables are there. If you want to quit, you can quit it. Okay. Now just they have given us some kind of a tables like a drop. If you have any folders about department, employee and employee no PK in Hadoop, you drop it, you remove it. I think since I'm doing first time, definitely no folders are there, but still you check it. Okay, still you check it. Go to Hadoop here, Hadoop fs-ls/user/training. Okay, you don't have anything here. Department, employee, employee PK. You have movie and movie rating. Okay, not employee department and employee department. Are you there with me, all of you? Okay. Now, what I do? Importing all tables from MySQL DB. All tables I want to import. Right. So the command I told you that scoop import all tables. I'm importing all tables. Previously, I imported only one table, that's movie and movie lengths, movie ratings. Now I'm importing all table from MyDB. Okay. So username is what? What is my username? Not what is your username? Training here. Password is also what? Training. Please remember, वो मैं नहीं है तो आप लोग ये हो जाएगा. अरे क्या root इधर करेगा? You try with the root, you will not get. Somewhere else you wrote down MySQL username is training, password is also training. Okay, now here training. Okay. Now what I do, I'll import all tables here. Okay, import all. See, now I can use either local host. Local host usually default IP address is 127.00.1. How to see IP address in Linux? IF config. IF config. You can see here. If you want to know, config. Okay. So my password is 192.168.75.131. This is the here. वो अलग दिया. Okay, उधर अलग दिया. But here for this particular virtual machine is 192.168.75.131 is the IP address. So you can use either local host or you can use this address. Okay. So in this case, what you can do here? So I can use a local host. Better use a local host. Okay. In the local host, I'll take this command. I import here. Okay. When I import with all tables. Okay. All three tables I am importing into Hadoop at a time. Already we know -P. Okay. Already you know -M. Right. So this is what you are importing all three tables over here. Now after let it import. After importing, we can see whether they have imported or not. Okay, and all are having 4 files because 4 mappers we have used. Okay, let it import, then we'll come back. See here, mapper, how many inputs? 5. Output also 5. Like each table it is reading. Na? First table 5 records were added. Second record some 3 records were added. Like this, it is reading from one table 5 records, and here it may be 3 records. All records will get added here. 10 records are also imported. Okay, now check whether they have imported or not. How to see? Check it. Hadoop. Hadoop fs-ls/user/training/. So now you will find 3 different folders here. Department and employee. Okay, I think only employee and department is there, right? My PK is there or not? No, I think here. I think it did not do it. I think here, because you can see here, employee no PK is not there. Okay. No primary key could be found for the table employee no PK. Without primary key, no. Okay. Without primary key, no. It should be a primary key. Okay. So now here what we'll see that department table. Just check it. Hadoop fs-ls/user/training/dpt / number of records. Okay, 4. Because 4 files are there, default 4 mappers are there. Okay. Now, since you have imported all files, okay. So we can also use if you want to export, you can use the export also. Like if you are going to export back, but that table should be there. That's what I don't have a table there. If you want to export data from Hadoop into table, for table you have to create. Without table, we can't add records. Right. Now, P we have used already. That's a password. Okay, now we don't want a. So here you can see a department table, employee table. Okay, we have seen what a department table. In our case, we found what a employee and department table in this case. Now cat also you have seen. Cat, if you want to see a cat, whether records have copied or not, Hadoop fs-cat/user/training/ dpt slash part -m. Okay, 0000. You can see, I think maybe how many departments are there? Only one department. Each department is pushing into one file. Okay, if you take in 2, you have it in 1. Okay, second partition, second record is there. Third partition, third record is there, like this. Okay. Now this is what we have seen. I think they have made same changes. Import all tables and all something. Okay. Okay, now this one fs minus ls. ls is there. ls also have something. List. Suppose if I want to see a list of tables in MyDB. Okay, list of tables already we have seen, right? List of tables in the MyDB. So it's MyDB. Here is MyDB. Then username is root. Sorry, training. And password is also training. Okay. Now I can use this command. If I want to list out all tables. Okay, I'll take over here. List out all tables. How many tables are there in my database, MyDB? You'll find a DPT, employee, no PK. Employee, no PK. Now go to next command. You'll find so many tables. Okay, list of tables is there, department and all. If you want to remove any file or directory in the Hadoop, you can just remove. Okay, now this is also, I think some commands are repeated. Here they have used like, suppose if I want to import a file with only 2 mappers. Okay, the additional command they have used as a -m2. Here, if you see at the end, -m2. Okay, but this already we have executed. -m2 or -m8 we have made it. Okay, you can skip this. Now, next command is, since no PK, hence will not be imported. Without you should have a PK primary key to import a file, because it has to use a key column, right? Okay, mapper uses always key column. Because if you don't have a key column, it doesn't import. Okay, now when I use this no PK, what they have made changes here, I think import using this, but scope import -m JDBC, which table? Employee no PK. If we have a multiple mappers, okay, you cannot. But if you have only one mapper, I think it should. So here, let us try with this training, and here also training. And I'm using only -m, right? Not double hyphen single, no? -m1. Okay, from the table called MyDB. Here, instead of test, I'm using a MyDB. Okay, MyDB. So I can, let us try with only one mapper. I don't want to use a multiple mappers. I can use only mappers. Single mapper, I can copy a, even if the file is do not have any key. So one thing you remember here is that if you are going to import with 4 mappers, ensure that your table should have a primary key. If you do not have a primary key, you have to ensure that you have to use only a single mapper. That is by passing a parameter called, what is the parameter? -m, whatever number of mapper is 1, -m. Okay, now you are also imported here. Right. So this way, I think you can import all table. Now I told you one more thing. if you want to import a specific directory, now this is a default directory it is going. What is my default directory? User/training is a default directory, right? Now I want to go to specific directory. Okay, let me create one directory. Within that directory only I want to copy. Okay, so how do you do that? How to create my one directory, temporary directory here? Hadoop. What is the command? fs minus mkdir. Okay, /user/training. Okay, my dir I will use. My dir, my directory. Okay, within this directory I want to copy. Okay, so I want to copy within this directory. In that case, what you do that here, target is another option. You use it. Target. Now you can see here scoop import minus here. What is that? Scoop import _connect. Okay, my DB username is training. Okay, table, which table you want to copy? You can mention here. Let us take an employee table. Once again, I want to, because I'm not going to write into the same table, same place, right? I'm mentioning into some other with -1. Target directory is another parameter you have to pass. _target -dir user/training /my dir. Okay. One minute. मैं निकाल रहा हूँ. Yeah. Okay, here my dir. Okay, here my dir. In this folder, I want to copy. Okay, you want to copy the same. If you don't give here directory name, what happens? Automatically, this file is automatically directory will create automatically. Agar I want to specifically, I want to create. I don't want to make it as a default directory like an employee. I want to put into one directory separately. I can make it that also, right? So in my dir, it will get copied. Okay, go to here. Okay, enter. And I'm using only, sorry, error will be there because -m. Okay, I'm using only one parameter, only one mapper. Username is training. Password use किया क्या नहीं? नहीं use किया क्या? Let us try it without password also. Does it take? No, it has to be a password. That command is different here. I'll give a password also. How do I use -p? Here I can use the _ password training. Okay, password equal to training. Enter. Something error is there. Minimum you must specify the connect table. What is wrong? Scoop in, huh? Yeah. Okay, right? Enter. Yeah. Okay. So your specific directory is there. In that directory only you are going to copy. Throws an error. Privilege is asking privileges. Fail already exist. What is it exist here? My dir is already exist. It is showing. Output is it is trying to write a directory. It is already I have created that table. We should not create. Automatically it creates. So table already we have created, na? Okay. So that's why in my directory, what I'll do, I'll make a my directory temp or my directory 1. My dir 1. Automatically in my dir 1 get created. In that it will be tested. Okay. So now this is what, okay, you are going to use data. Okay. Bringing data from external source like a database, bringing them into Hadoop for a further process. Now, how to process it? We have already used MapReduce. Okay. We have used already a MapReduce. Now, there are other ways also to process the data. There are other ways to process the data. That is, with one tool is called a pig, other tool is called a hive. Pig and hive. These are the two tools out of which hive is still live. Pig has gone. Okay. Pig, no one uses pig. Okay, both are languages. Both uses its own scripting language. Both uses a scripting language, but pig normally no one uses today. Okay. Now, what I will do that after tea break, I will start a hive. Correct? Yeah. Now we brought a data. We'll process. Now MapReduce तो program लिखना पड़ेगा. Tough हो जाएगा आपको. Let us go to hive. Since you know already MySQL. Okay, you can process the data there. Pig, I will just very quickly I will show you pig. Then hive, definitely we can see that. Okay. So let us take a quick break. It is shared now. नहीं क्या? हाँ? Fine. They are also mentioning commands here. Vedanti has mentioned how to prepare scat correctly there. Yeah, they are giving command. Yeah. Vedanta and all, please take a tea break. We'll come back by sharp 11:30. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
तो खाना खाओ, ब्रेकफास्ट करो, छुट्टा मारो. I don't mind. बोलो, I know that they are going that side. हाँ? Class? यार जल्दी आ गए तो जल्दी खत्म. अच्छा, वो क्या? This today I wanted to complete hive and hive basically, and other Kafka and all very small, very maybe a 5 minutes each, and then majorly a Spark. No, today no. Today because you have to do this practice.
Sir, tomorrow class will be there.
No, tomorrow no. Tomorrow मेरा office है.
Sir, but we got mail which mentioned Monday also class. Monday. Yes.
No, Monday no. Maybe a mistake. Hope you are all understanding, right?
Yes.
और practical भी कर रहे हैं ना अभी सब लोग. और in meanwhile you can also complete the practical when you tomorrow and all. A lot of practicals are there. You can do it one by one.
लैपटॉप पढ़ लेना कैसा बोलते हैं अरे हो ये पे जाने चालू ना भाई काहीची घरी संपली असतील ना म्हणजे आपल्याला चालले हे गेले आले त्या लॅपटॉप बघायचं नाही लॅपटॉप मध्ये पण जायला
चालू असेल
माहित ना
Okay. So now what I was just discussing about yarn, I told you that yarn can be taken care of scheduling the job, providing resources, monitoring the job. All will be taken care by the yarn, which earlier job tracker was taking care. Okay, and I said yarn stands for Yet Another Resource Negotiator. Okay, in Hadoop 1.0 system could only run MapReduce applications. This limitation was eliminated with the introduction of yarn. Okay, yarn introduced a new approach to a separate cluster resource management and scheduling for a MapReduce data processing. So now yarn has two components. Two processors are different. It's not specialization. One schedule the task, other it will provide the resources also. Okay, it has two components. One is application master and resource manager. These are two components in yarn. Earlier, job tracker was doing. Now they made it as a two processors. Application master means every applications you run, like Scope if you run, Pig you run, Hive you run, Spark you run. There are applications you are running. So for every application, it will manage one, it will create one application master. One resource will get created or one processor will get created for that application only. Now, when that application is going to get execute or run that particular query or all, it requires some resources. Okay, like resources in terms of CPU, like memory or disk and all. So yarn resource manager will give a resources. Hey, this is available, you start working on that. Okay, you can start working on that. So yarn introduced a new approach that separate cluster resource management and scheduling for MapReduce processing component. This enabled Hadoop to support varied types of processing and broader array of applications. You can run as many applications you want. In MapReduce, the job tracker master process managed resources management, scheduling, and monitoring of a job in process. In job tracker, all is taken care by the job tracker only. But now here it is means under job tracker, there is one task tracker which implements the task. Okay, job tracker and task tracker was there. Job tracker is assigning a task to a task tracker, and actually task tracker is performing a task, and job tracker is just a monitoring and also scheduling. Right. So now it created a subordinate process called a task tracker to run individual map and reduce task. So who is running this map and reduce task at backend? Task tracker. Okay, that's why it's giving a report. 20% completed, 30% completed and all. Okay. On their progress, it created a subordinate processes called a task tracker to run individual map and reduce task and report back on their progress. But most of the resource allocation and coordination work was centralized. That is a job tracker. Okay. That created a performance bottleneck because we have one I am also giving up resources and also I am monitoring it. To me, I am doing multiple tasks. So it may impact on the performance. Okay. Because of if it is small, okay. Till 1.0, we know that it was very small clusters they used to have. That was able to managed by the job tracker. But today, you know that data size is increasing, data arrival is very high speed. I should have a bigger cluster. When I have a bigger clusters, a single person may not be able to, a single processor may not be able to do all those things or may not be able to cope up. So we created a new, that is yarn. Okay, that created a performance bottleneck and scalability problems as cluster sizes and number of applications and associated task trackers are increased. Because there are so many, suppose if you have two node, you have a 2 task tracker. If I have 20 nodes, you have 20 task tracker. Okay, now I am able to manage 5 people. Agar the 5 people become 500 people, I may not be able to manage, right? So then I will create one application master. Okay, you take care of this team, you take care of this team, you take care of this team. Another team, resource manager. Okay, if to execute this application, they need a resources. One application master takes care of assigning the resources. Okay, so that's what two components combines or forms a, two processor combines YARN functionalities. Apache Hadoop YARN decentralized execution. Like what I gave a simple terminology of division of labor. Rather doing by single processor, it is divided. Okay, Apache YARN decentralized execution and monitoring of processing jobs by separating a various responsibility in these components. What are the components? Anyway, we know that node manager is there for every node. Okay, we have a application master is one, and resource manager is there in the master node, and application master and node manager and resource container. Okay, resource container, these are all kind of a processors only. Each does their own task, but very broadly, if you see, these are the two things. One is a resource manager and application master. Okay, so anyway, node is there. Every node to manipulate name node is already there, which is managing all nodes. Okay, in that case, there is a processor which will be running, that's called a node manager. And every task, every data node also has a data. Okay, it has a information where data is actually there. So that's a resource container is also there. But majorly, one is the resource manager, okay, that accept job submission from users, schedule the job and allocate resources. When the job is submitted to a name node, it accepts the job, it schedule it. Not only it schedule, it also allocates resources for that. This is one processor does. Application master, what it does? An application master that is created for each application. Like I say, if you are running multiple applications, for each application, a separate manager. Example, I told you, when I have a 500 people company, I make one, say, or for example, in my team, there are 9 people. Rather keeping 9 people in one team, I will make a division. You work as a business analyst. You work as a design team. You work as a, say, development team. For that, is a team. Okay, for that team, I will make what? One application master. Means one of them as a acting as a application master. Like a lead. It's a lead. So he takes care of what? Requirement gathering. She takes care of what? Designing. He takes care of what? Development. So they are a lead. They are called an application master here. Okay, they are called what? Application master. Application master that is created for each application to negotiate for resources. When I ask her to design a job, she needs some resources, right? Okay, when I ask him to develop a jobs, okay, this is a set of jobs, you develop it. Now he needs some resources, right? So that resource is given by a resource manager. Resource is given by what? Resource manager. That's what it does. Now, YARN sits between HDFS, the processing engines being used to run applications. Now, node manager is there on every node. Container is there because container means every node has a data. Okay. Now we have a client. Client is sending a requirement. When the client sends a requirement to a name node, okay, name node is associated with the resource manager is associated with their name node. It takes the requirement and assigns to multiple application master first. Okay, here there is 2 application masters, application master 1, application master 2. So this application master, when the application master is a team lead, when the application master wants to run its application, requires a container. Container means resources. Container means resources. So they can request resource manager, and resource manager assigns container to application master to execute. Okay. It combines central resources manager with the containers, application coordinates, and node level agents that monitor processing operations in individual cluster. YARN can dynamically allocate resources to application as needed. Okay. Resources will, suppose if you need 3, dynamically it will assigns. Okay. Because it's not a static. Okay, because if your workload is increases, it will give you more resources. Okay, it's not something once I allocate a resource for 2, you complete 2 for entire things. No, depends on your requirement or complexity in the job. It dynamically allocates the resources. The capability designed to improve resource utilization and application performance compared with the MapReduce more static allocation approach. In case of MapReduce, so there was no only one person, that's a job tracker. Once it assigns, no dynamic allocation. But here, based on complexity, based on event processing, it allocates what different resources. Okay. So if you see the difference between MapReduce and Yarn, what we can see in MapReduce, what we can see in Yarn. Okay. So MapReduce supports its own batch processing application only, because MapReduce was used basically for a batch processing. I think in the beginning of Hadoop, there was no streaming. Okay. In the beginning, like MapReduce and all, we were able to work only for batch processing. Not as data comes immediately process it, like what we do today. Okay, so we have a file. On that file, we were able to access it. But Yarn supports variety of processing engines and applications. Variety means it also supports for streaming. It also supports for batch processing. Okay, it's not only, but MapReduce is only exclusively for batch processing applications. So MapReduce is a batch processing application. Pig is a batch processing applications. Hive is also batch processing applications. Okay, these are all batch processing applications, not online, not real time. We don't use it. Okay, but Spark, when it comes to a Spark, it's a real time. Okay, it's like almost near real time. As data comes in, I want to analyze. Okay, so here in case of Hadoop, though we have a scoop. Scoop means what? It's not, we are not getting importing data like continuously, right? But table is there, we import. Hadoop commands are there. There is a file we push here. Even Flume is there. Some data is generating continuously. That data will push here. But we are not, when it comes to a MapReduce, we are not continuously execution. Once the data comes in, then only we are going to process. Okay, because data should be there before we execute a MapReduce. But Spark do not require the data before it executes. Data can come and immediately get processed. Okay, so here MapReduce consolidates most of its work in a single component, and here separates its duties to a multiple components. What are the multiple components under Yarn? One is a resource manager, other one is a node manager or application master. These are the majorly two, resource manager and application master. Okay, MapReduce can dynamically allocate pools of resources to application. Okay, and here provides a static allocation of resources for a designated task. For like when you are performing certain task, it allocates some kind of resources for that. Now you can see here, it has following components. When you are working on MapReduce, job tracker and task tracker. When you are running on Yarn, you have resource manager, application master, node manager, container. So these are all 4 processors, but major processors are these 2. Resource manager, which allocates resources, and application master, for every application you initiate, okay, every application you run, okay, application master get initiated. And for every node, node manager is there. It's not only one node manager, every node, one node manager is there, right? And for every container is a one where records are being stored. Okay, now you can see here, Hadoop is used for different places. I think these are a few cases like for searching purpose. Yahoo uses for Hadoop for a searching purpose. Amazon, okay, Jet Events. Okay, these are all for searching purpose. I think Yahoo you search it. I think even Yahoo MapReduce can be used for you can say that not only MapReduce or Hadoop overall. So Hadoop can be used for even say, I think you will find a top 3 news, for example. Okay, there are so many channels news are coming, but it will identify these are the top 3 news today. because it will take all data. If the news is appeared across all channels, accordingly it selects this is a top news. Log processing, okay, or data warehouse, or video or image analysis. Okay, these are all purpose. Hadoop definitely it is used. I think in the beginning, in the movie industry, Hadoop was used for Iron Man 2. Okay, Iron Man 2. Iron Man 2 is there. So before first Iron Man has released, one has released, people have given reactions and everything. Then before they release Iron Man 2, okay, they start releasing the clips. When they start releasing the clips, so people giving action, reaction against that clips. Okay, in social media, obviously. Okay, in a social media, Twitter, or Facebook, or any social media, they took this data. Okay, so they identify what is the reaction of the people, whether good or no or okay. Okay, if the like this is also being implemented in India for Bahubali 2. Okay, Bahubali 1 was no one knows, right? When the Bahubali 1 was there, there was a suspense. Okay, who killed whatever that, who is that? Bahubali. Okay, so now there was a suspension. When the Bahubali 2 was there, so before they released, there were so many clips were there in the Bahubali 1. Okay, there are some comedy clips were there, there are some tragic clips were there are some like violence clips were there. Okay, there are some romantic clips also there. Now, when they come to when they release few clips, for example, see some group might be liking only romantic, some people may like only comedies. Okay, so it depends that how is the trend. When they move violence, immediately, first clip they release only violence only. When they release violence, people started giving a comment, this bakwas movie. Okay, because people who don't like violence, they don't say, I don't like this. Okay, so why we should add into the main movie when maximum people are saying this is not good? I'm not expecting this kind of water movie. So you take out that clips, na? Okay, you can release few romantic clips. Okay, that whatever the Bahubali go under the water and paint her, whatever that arm and all. Okay, so in that case, if the people like that, okay, if the more and more likes are coming about that clips, keep that clips. Okay, then according to survey, okay, you can change it back in your movie. Before it hit to the market, so they have everything what they are expecting. Right? That's what most of the movie fails only in a censor board only. Okay, if editing is not good, okay, movie get failed. So there are so many clips, right? Whatever the clips they shown only that is only shooted. No, there are that clips itself is what 10 times they are clipped in different angles. Okay, which people like push and edit it. Okay, so today you know that Kantara is a movie is a hit. There may be some acting, there may be some survey made. Okay, so this was used in the beginning. Hadoop was used. Even you might have already experienced most of the time with IRTC earlier. IRTC was very slow earlier days. Okay, to book one ticket, I have to wait for 10 o'clock to release that quota, then I will book it. Today, any 24 hours, you can book a ticket. Very fast, you can do it. Very fast. Because backend, they are using a Hadoop. Backend, they are using Aadhaar card. Okay, so holding this much amount of data is not a joke. Okay, holding this much amount of data, wherever you view the thumb, you will get your whole history. Okay, so this is also Hadoop they have used. Okay, so this backend, they are using this all kind of a platform to do that. Right. So this is how. Of course, there are what is not Hadoop. Okay. So in Hadoop, normally we don't, once you write data in Hadoop, we don't do changes within Hadoop. No. Only write. Write one time, read many times. Write once, read many. We don't do any change like it. This is a difference between RDBMS and this. Okay, I think in RDBMS you have seen, right? RDBMS में आप insert भी कर सकता है record, You can also update record. You can delete record. All you do it. Okay. But in Hadoop, you only write. Okay. Only you write, you keep reading the data. Write once, read many. And another difference is what between RDBMS and Hadoop is that in RDBMS, you need a structure. Anything you want to write into RDBMS, you need a table. Okay, without table, you can't do anything. You have to. But here, when you move a file into a Hadoop, did you need any structure? Or whenever you imported a file from the RDBMS into here, did you need any structure? No. It is a no structure required while writing data into Hadoop. Because of no structure is required, no validation. अगर आप RDBMS में write कर रहा है, and if that is a primary key, okay, primary key में you can't write a duplicate record. Okay, you can't write, you cannot keep a null values also. So, agar when you are not keeping null values, when you are not keeping a duplicate values, some back-end validation is taking place, right? Agar आपका database में thousands, hundred, billions of records are there. Okay, when I try to insert one record, immediately it throw back that this record is already there. Kaisa? Because it has to scan entire table, check whether this record is there. If it is there, then reply back. Some kind of validation is there. So, writing data in RDBMS is slower than Hadoop. Hadoop में no checking, na? Just push. That's what using Hadoop, we create a data lake. Data lake बोलता है ना, lake. Lake में कुछ भी रहता है ना. Okay, you put anything into a lake. Water is there, rock is there, mud is there, everything is there, and take what you want. So whatever data is there, you push into Hadoop and take what you want. That's why whenever you're reading a data from Hadoop, you should require schema. When I'm reading a data, I should have a schema. I should know first as a developer, what is that data? If I don't know what is in that data, okay, what I am going to access it? I cannot access anything, right? So in Hadoop, schema on read. You need a schema while reading data, but you don't require a schema while writing data. Right? In RDBMS, you need a schema while writing itself. Okay, you need a schema while writing itself. And third thing is that, in a traditional applications, in traditional applications, what happened that you create an application which will run centrally. Okay, which will run centrally. But when it comes to Hadoop, okay, I think we have just morning, or we can say we have seen, right? So we have a name node, we have a data nodes, right? So my data is at back here. Okay, my data is okay in say data nodes. Okay, when my data is in what? Data nodes, whenever I submit a query, okay, whenever I submit a query as a user here, okay, whenever I submit a query, like when you submit your MapReduce job, okay, does MapReduce job is executing here? No. Okay, it's not executing on central place. It is distributed. Okay, this map jar file is pushing here also, jar file is pushing here also, jar file is pushing here also. Wherever data is there, all jar files get replicated. It means that application is moving where data is there. Application moves towards data. In case of earlier, like a traditional technology, we have a server, like a Oracle server is there. Okay, first I move a data here. And here itself I will get process. Then it will get output. So data is moving towards application. Okay, because it is processing at central place. Okay, in this Hadoop, data is distributed. And application is moving towards data. Wherever data is present, application is moving. Now let me come a conclusion between the RDBMS and Hadoop. Can you tell me first point? What is the difference between RDBMS? This is a normal question you will get. Can you tell me the difference between RDBMS and Hadoop? Both are Both can be used to store data. RDBMS can be used to store data. Hadoop is also you can use to store data. Okay, both can also be used to process data. There also you are using a SQL engine to process, like select command you are using, where clause you are using. Okay, all you are using to process a data. Then here also you are using a map reduce job to process a data. But since both are processing and both are storing technology, so what is the difference? Point number one, what is that? It both structured and unstructured data. The point number one, RDBMS works with only structured data. Okay, whereas Hadoop works with both structured and unstructured data. Okay, what is say point number two? Hadoop is only write once, read many. Okay, whereas RDBMS, you can both, you can read and write, you can perform it. What is our third? What is the third? What is the third difference? Schema. What is the difference in terms of schema? Is schema. Does schema required in Hadoop? So instead of that, you can put that in RDBMS schema on write. While writing data, you need a schema. Okay. In Hadoop, you need a schema on read. Schema on read, schema on write. Okay. Hadoop means schema on write. RDBMS means schema on read. Now processing. How do you process? RDBMS, does it distributed processing or central process? It is a central processor. Hadoop is from the processing point of view. Hadoop is a distributed processing. RDBMS is a centralized processing. Third, last, next one. Hadoop क्या होता है? Application moves towards data. Application, data moves towards application. Okay. So now, can you just let me know that which are the points you have written? 1 point, Prathamesh. 1 point, whatever you have written, tell me. Next, what is the next difference? One of you.
We write once and read many times, but in RDBMS, we can write and read both.
We can do a read and write both. Next, third. We can make like this. You can make a two column, one RDBMS column and a Hadoop column. In RDBMS, mein schema on write. In Hadoop, schema on read. Okay, processing is what? In case of Hadoop means application goes to, in processing, Hadoop is a distributed, RDBMS is a centralized. Okay, next, application, in case of data moves towards application in case of RDBMS. And application moves towards data in case of Hadoop. So these are the things one should be aware. So before getting to that. And usually Hadoop is used for what? Not low latency data, huge amount of data. In most of the application, you can use data. Okay. Now we are talking about Hadoop, right? Let me very high level diagram. Let me put it over here. You know, this is a Hadoop. Okay. Hadoop is 4 components are there here. Where they are putting message. Can you hear all of you? Okay. I think they can also see your screen, right? Screen?
Screen visible.
Okay. Okay, now we know that we have a HDFS, we have a map. These are the core components. We know this. And also we have seen what for HDFS is used, the commands. We have seen HDFS commands and map reduce job also we have seen. And now to import a data, okay, to import a data, which tool we have used? From RDBMS, scoop we have used. Suppose you have RDBMS, from RDBMS we brought a data here, we can also export also, both we can do. This is scoop we have seen. Okay, scoop. Okay, Flume is there. Flume is a one tool. Okay, Flume is a one tool which you use to import a data from actually web server. Okay, if you have a web server where continuous data is generating, from there you can say, from there you can pull a data, only pull a data or import a data here. Okay, you have web server. From the web server, so you can use a data. Okay, so you can just simply, you can import a data from there. Okay, now manually you know that I have a file. Okay, manually you have already moved using a Hadoop commands. Okay, in Hadoop commands we have used a manually Hadoop commands, or you can say file system commands, I can say. Okay, we have used that. Now, in order to process data, we know for processing data, MapReduce, where we are writing large amount of codes, large lines of code we are writing. Right? It's very, the limitations of MapReduce, the very generic limitation is that whenever you want to work with the MapReduce, you should have a strong knowledge in programming language. Any. It's not a Java. Java was in the beginning only. You can write a program in Java, but today you can write that is same in Python also, Ruby, SQL. Okay, most of the language you can write. So in one set that you should have very strong knowledge in the programming language. You should also know how MapReduce works. Okay, you have to think like a MapReduce. Okay, you have to think like a MapReduce, means how blocks are there, how it reads chunk of data, how it writes, all you should understand it. But today is not possible to you and me, right? Okay, because many people wants to work with the big data, but they don't know programming language. Okay, like business analyst, data scientist. Okay, data scientist is not an expert in writing lines of code. Data scientist is not an expert. Business analyst is not an expert to write a code. When I give a data, they can analyze it easily. But they cannot write a code like how developers does. Okay, for them, they introduce one tool called Hive. Hive is a one tool. Pig is also there. Okay, I am giving you more focus on Hive because okay, Hive is till today Hive is used. Okay, so when this Hive, so this Hive is there, Pig is also there. Okay, Pig and Hive. So these two are processing tools. Okay, these two are what? Processing tools or analytical tools. Okay, data processing and data analysis tools, analytical tools. Okay, they are just an engines, right? They are just an engines which you can use. So these all tools, whatever I am saying, okay. So these are the processing engine, and these are all. These two are what? Data ingestion engines. Okay, these two tools are data ingestion, because through which you can input data. Okay, data ingestion. Okay, ingestion tools. Okay, Flume and Scoop. Now there are some coordinator. Okay, Woozy. Okay, Woozy is what? Is a scheduling tool. You can schedule your jobs. Okay, Woozy, through you can schedule your job. Okay, you can schedule your job through, means like when Flume job get execute, Scoop job, you can modify it. Okay, scheduling tool. Okay, then if you want to HBase, HBase is what? It is a columnar database. It's also called a NoSQL database. NoSQL DB. Okay, so and these other tools, whatever all tools are there right here. So to coordinate with these all tools, there is a tool called a Zookeeper. Zookeeper. So these all tools, so within Hadoop, they are not part of Hadoop. Okay, part of Hadoop is only HDFS and MapReduce. All other tools are okay sitting on top of Hadoop. They are called ecosystems. Hadoop ecosystems. If someone asks you what are the Hadoop ecosystems, you can say Scoop, Flume, Woozy, Zookeeper, HBase, Hive, and Pig. These are all what ecosystems of Hadoop. Okay. Now the one tool which okay. Now I will more little focus on a tool called a Hive. Okay, HIV, Hive, and there's one more tool called a Pig. Okay, so these both are what? Data processing. You can process your data. You can analyze your data. Right. Now, whenever you install a Hive on top of Hadoop, okay, whenever you install a Hive on top of Hadoop, so it will, when you install a Hive usually it works with the structured data. Okay. Now it uses a database here. Okay. Hive is actually, it uses a database here. This is called a metastore. Okay. So this is what I call it as a metastore. So metastore, okay, it uses a metastore. It is metastore means it holds only metadata. And when you install Hive on top of Hadoop, it installs one database. By default, the database is a Derby database. अगर आपको चाहिए तो to hold this meta store, you can also use MySQL. You can use even SQL Server. But if you don't use anything, default is a Derby database. Right? So Hive is used usually for a business analyst. Okay, Hive is used usually for a business analyst. Though whenever you want to work with the Hive, you don't require any knowledge of software development. You don't need. Okay, if you know SQL, you can enhance SQL knowledge into HQL. HQL means a Hive query language. Okay, it uses a scripting language. Hive uses a scripting language called HQL. Sorry, HQL is based on SQL. Okay, whatever you do in SQL, so same you can do in Hive also. Right? Same thing you can do. So now you can do all, whenever you're using a Hive, you can do SQL only. Okay. So architecture is what? When you install a Hive on top of Hadoop, okay, it uses a database, that is Derby is a database. Okay, in which it stores metadata. Derby database holds a database called metastore, in which it holds a metadata. Right. So now it allocates a memory. The moment you install Derby database, it allocates a space, default space. Okay, it allocates a default space here. Okay, within Hadoop. So that default space is usually called user Hive and data warehouse. Okay, this is a default space. Okay, it is okay. So now when I say this is a meta store, and whenever you create, because it's a database, it means that you can create a database, you can create a table within that. So every table, every database you create, by default, those tables are created here. Every table is mapped to a directory. Every table is mapped to a directory. If I create a table, automatically it creates one directory at backend, in which records are of that table being stored. Okay, in which the records are what are stored. Right. Now, this is it means that when it is working with a database, it means that what we can do that in generically we can say that we can build a data warehouse infrastructure on top of Hadoop. My data is in Hadoop is unstructured. That unstructured data I can view like a structured data. I can view like a structured data. That's what we can say that Hive can be used to build data warehouse. When I say data warehouse, it is structured data. I can build a data warehouse infrastructure on top of Hadoop. Okay, in Hadoop, we know that we can keep as many data we want here. On top of that, I can create a data warehouse, okay, which is structured way. And Hive uses a query because every tool uses its own query scripting language. Okay, Hive uses a scripting language called HQL, which is based on SQL. Okay, now let us see how to start Hive. Okay, when I come to this place here, okay, when I come to this here, I will just type a Hive. That's all. It starts. Okay, when I just type Hive, just you can start here. You can also start Hive. Okay. So Hive also multiple versions. This is a Hive version 1.0. Today they use a version 2.0. That's called a beeline. You can call it. Okay. Now you can say that Hive is there. Here you will get a prompt called a. Now you have commands here. Sorry, this command is. So MySQL command. You can run here also Hive. Let's see internet का कुछ okay, in database. Okay, what is the default?
Wait, guys, there is a problem of internet.
Okay. Yeah. So now what I was telling? Yeah. So default database is a default tool is a Derby. The database tool, huh? Database tool is different than database. Okay. So database tool, it uses MySQL is a database tool. Within that, okay. So my database is a name, is your database. Okay. So in MySQL is a tool, database tool, in which you can say that a DSA class. Okay, data analysis and scientist class, batch 1. Something maybe a database in all I can hold a data, this particular batch data. So Derby is a database tool in which it has a default database. Default itself is the name of the database. Right. Now when I go here, okay, when I have not created any database yet. If I use a show database, so it shows one database called a default. Okay. If I want to create my own database, I can create database, my database. Okay, I can create a database here. Once I create a database, I can open a database, use database, my database. Use my database. Sorry?
So my database my data BSE.
My data, acha. Use my data BSC. Okay. Right. If I want to create one more database, I can just create database. Okay. My DB. Just wait. My DB I will create my database. Now I open the database. Use my DB. Okay. I am opening a database. Now I am in a database. Do you have any tables here? I don't have any tables. Show tables. Show tables. I don't have any tables here. I can create a table. Simple table I can create. How to create table? Create table. Okay. My table. Or I can say employee table. Employee is the name of the table. In employee name of the table, I can give a structure. ID, integer. Name, string. Okay. Date of birth, date. Location, string. Okay. Sorry. Which let us try. Just. Acha, we have where care, right? Where care 10. Okay, date of birth is this. And if I use where care of 20. Okay, when I run it, really character. No, I think size does not require. 1 minute. Create table name employee. Okay, EMP ID, integer, EMP name, where character of 10. Okay, let me do use which. Where? Any, let me come back. Where can go? अच्छा, आपको मैं भेजा था ना, let us take that. I think I have sent you some training material, right? कहाँ था वो training material? नहीं, उसमें अलग. There is scoop commands. No, where I copied. Here it is there. Okay. Just I'll take it. Search. Extract command. Extract नहीं किया.
I will share a port.
हाँ?
I will share a port. Share on share.
Which one? No, here we have no. Okay, so here I'll tell you during your this one practical part. Okay, so when they are having a practical, I think this I have shared with you code. Okay, so I have given data sets and Hive 3. Okay, data set means it has all data. Okay, it has a required data sets are here. I think there are some tables are there. Here, if you see data sets, there are some files here. Okay, there are some files like ATM, branch, customer, email, EMP. Okay, like rank, ngram, text, transactions. So these are all files, data set you can use when you are working with Hive, right? Now, using this data set, if you want to do a practical, okay, you can use this first Hive task. Okay. Now this is we have given about what is Hive and all. Okay. Now, when you give a Hive, I told you that Hive, what here as per this diagram, this Hive, one is a meta store we have, correct? So meta store holds whatever metadata. Metadata means only definition of schema. Schema definition, no data. Data is actually stored here in Hadoop. Okay, your data is stored here in this default directory is this. Okay, now if I want to just check this directory, now I can go to back here. I'll quit MySQL. Okay, just if I see here Hadoop fs minus ls slash. Okay, I want to just check where warehouse is there. Okay, so you can see there is a folder called user. Let me go to user here first. What is in user? Okay, in user Hive folder is there. In Hive folder, you can see there is a folder called warehouse. Okay, in warehouse, see what is in warehouse. There you'll find one folder called default. Okay, that's my database I have created. Okay, and my DB also I have created. Even DB is also one, whether you create a database or whether you create a table, right? It creates a folder in the Hadoop. So now this is my DB and my database. These are the folders. D is there. Okay. If you want to see what is that, what is in my DB, I can use my DB dot DB. Okay. Currently we don't have anything. Okay. We don't have anything. We have a database. Now, if I want to create a database, okay, if I want to create a database, so you can just create a database. Okay, now I think whatever I have explained is here. Okay, Hive, what are the Hive components? One is a Hive shell. Like Hive, you got a shell, right? Prompt. That's also one component where it can accept your query and you can execute that query. Internally, driver program is there in Hive engine. There's a compiler, okay, and there is an execution engine which will execute, and metastore. Metastore is in which schema is definition is there. Okay, this is part of a Hive. Okay, in simple terminology, what I can tell you that whenever you submit a query to a Hive, first, what it does, it checks whether the command is correct or not. It compiles the query because internally it has a compiler. Because Hive uses its own scripting language, correct? What is the script? Which scripting language Hive uses? SQL, which is based on SQL, right? So in SQL, you know that there are some syntaxes. Okay. What is the syntax? Like create table name is a syntax. Create database in a syntax. Even if I type create database, not BAC, it throws an error. Okay. So whether the command is right or wrong, Hive compiler checks. Okay. Then if you are creating a database, what it does, it creates a database in Metastore. Okay, in Metastore, it creates a database. Or even if you create a table, the table get created in Metastore. Okay, Metastore is what? Is one database, which is default name of the database is a default itself, and it is stored in the Derby database by default. Now, for every database or every table you create in Metastore, internally in Hadoop, it creates a folder. Okay, that we have seen. Okay, if I create a table, it automatically, if I create a table here, okay, even if I create a database here, like for example, create a database, new DB. If I create new DB 1, 2, 3, if I create a database here in Hive, go to backend and check it. When I see this, okay, in warehouse, you'll find one folder called new DB 1, 2, 3. Okay, every database is one folder. Every table is also one folder. Now, if I want to create a table, okay, if I want to create a table, you can just simply create a table. Okay, so to create a table, simply what you can do is create table name, okay, name of the column, an integer type, and string, not varchar, string. Okay, you can use a string to hold a string. For example, here if I go to Hive, if I create a table, table name called employee, I use a EMPA number, okay, integer, name, string, okay, and location, string. If I create a table, it creates a table, okay. No. Create, CREAT, create table name, EMP number integer, name string, location string. What is it, sir? No. Yeah, I think location में कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया है. Even I can drop a table also. Drop table employee. Okay, I can drop a table. Let me create once again. Create table employee. Okay, then I can use EMP number, comma integer, EMP name, comma string, EMP location, comma string. Okay, string, this string, enter. It create a table. Okay, now go back here. I told you every table is one. Every table is one. Say, okay, in this moment. Okay, now I will go back here. How in a warehouse, you will have three tables. Database Okay, I need another 10-15 minutes. Will it okay? Yeah, I need more also. If you want to, okay, I can take not to me, no problem. So still how many days are left with you? What is the total duration of your course? Huh? Huh?
6 to 9 months.
अच्छा नहीं मुझको आई नीड see as per their syllabus hive is not there. अगर वो हो गया तो मेरा वो 115 स्लाइड किया तो मेरा पास इतना है वो लोग whatever they have sent ना these are all just generic only case studies and all. Okay, so hive spark they have only one center, one is there, or Kafka is only one, Flume is only one, or only one, or because if it is that if you go according to this pig is only one. Okay, hive is also only one.
Sir, we have hive PPT over here.
कहाँ है?
LMS.
Can you send me? I don't know.
Yes, पूरा hive डिटेल में
जब मुझको भेजना मुझे पता नहीं
तो वो डाउनलोड करते हैं का ये 106 पेजेस का
कितना no problem to I can ask that who is that उत्कर्ष को नहीं वो जुबेर is there जुबीन अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है नो प्रॉब्लम एनीवे
we have scoop also one PPT scoop we have separate for Spark also. This all is in our syllabus. Yeah, big data analytics, which so Spark we have
Pig is there?
Pink is not there.
ठीक है no problem.
Hive is there. Spark is there. Spark is also 100 there.
Okay, not a problem. Anyway, I am covering that role, but I'll ask those PPT.
Yeah.
If I can keep reference of those.
Because we will be having exams.
हाँ
We will be having exams on this syllabus.
हाँ नहीं coverage is there. Whatever we cover in that PPT, okay, we cover those things. Okay. So when I talk about like a Hadoop ecosystem, they are given one slide. Okay, we have already diagrammatically also we have explained right here what are the each ecosystems does. There one slide is what this scoop does, what hive does, and all. Okay, now scoop they have given detail. So we have also seen few commands and scoop commands are there. Now we are talking about a hive. We will talk about a hive also. Then we can in the similar line we have a Spark. Okay, now what is left over from me? Hive and Spark, right? As per their PPT. Okay, so MapReduce is there. MapReduce scoop is there.
Scoop is there.
Scoop we have completed that whatever things are there. Scoop we have done. Then, but you have to do those practicals. There are so many things whatever they have given practicals. Okay. Hive, yes, we can cover detail, not a problem. So this is just a beginning architecture I am talking. So beginning, we can start scoop and Spark. Sorry, hive and Spark. That we can start. Anyway, hive we have started, and we will refer those PPT also. So without those PPT also they have same thing, but we'll refer those PPT. If anything is missing from, we can take from there. Not a problem. Okay, so I think it's right. So shall you close by 1:15? Okay, so that I will complete some part. Then I can skip some PPTs, refer those PPTs also.
Yes.
Okay, so that you will have a link with this PPT and practical part. And before you come to next session, I think you complete scoop part. Scoop, whatever practical lab book is given to you. Try with those commands. Okay, try with those commands. And secondly, that site I have given you. Okay, that commands, that practical covers everything. But please remember somewhere else. Username there is a root and Cloudera. So you have to note down somewhere else. Training is your, wherever it is root and this one is there, you have to make a training. You in the same 4.1.1 you can work, right? Spark anyway, we have one more VM is there. That here is Spark is not there. Hive definitely yes, we can work on Hive, not a problem in this place. Okay, so Hive also I have a lot of queries. Okay, a lot of queries are there Hive. Okay, those queries are here. Okay, now here I think data sets are given to you. Data sets are given. Hive things are also given here. Okay, these are the data sets. Okay, data sets are yeah. If you go, if I think I have shared these data sets with you, it is there. Hive is also there. These two data sets are these. Okay, like ATM data is there. Branch data is there. Customer data is there. Emails are there. Employee, rank, transactions. Okay, if you look into ATM, like some whatever ATM's data is there, na? So small ATM data is there here. I'll just explain that. So here ATM ID, ATM name, code, whether it debited or credited, amount. Okay, which every ATM has what so I think this account number. Okay, city or account number is there. Maybe this is an account number. This is ATM ID. Okay, this is account number. City, country. Okay, state, city. This is a data. Okay. Now, like this, we have a branch. For example, from which branch you have done transactions. Okay, that data is also. Okay, whatever transactions we do with respect to that ATM. Okay, some data is there. Now we have a customer data, transaction data, whatever transactions you do. Okay, transaction data is also there here. Okay, from which ATM you have done a transactions and all. Okay, so these are the transactions. Now with respect to these transactions, we have a queries. Okay, we have what a queries here. Now the first part, these are the queries. Hive 3, if you go, Hive 1, Hive 2, Hive 3. These are the all queries are here. So the first query, what I said is this. The first table, Hive 1 is there, na, having this. This is they are discussing about what is Hive and all. Hive is basically developed by Facebook, okay, as their research project. Hive is developed by Facebook as their research project. They donated to Apache Foundation. Okay, it's called Apache Hive. Okay, it's called what? Apache Hive. Otherwise, it was a plain Hive. Okay. See, it's a open source. Somebody like when this pig was there, it is developed by Yahoo. Scoop was developed by Cloudera. They all donated to Apache Foundation. So they become an open source. People can contribute to improve the product. Okay. Now, in the same way, Hive is this. What Hive does basically? Hive is just a tool like a compiler which is kept on top of Hadoop here. Okay, architecture, if you see, if this is a Hive, when I take this Hive separately, okay, it has a database. Okay, so this database is called Metastore. Okay, this database is called what? Metastore. This Metastore holds metadata. Metadata means a schema definition. Schema definition. Whatever table you create, table has a schema like employee number, string type, employee name, string type, date of birth, date type. Okay, this is a schema. So that's a schema definition is stored in the Metastore. Schema definition is stored in the Metastore. And this Metastore is created in a default database called default itself is a database. And it uses a database tool. That is a Derby. Okay, that is a Derby is a database tool like MySQL, like Oracle, like SQL Server. In MySQL, you can create your own database, right? Like this DSDA 2023 batch. I will create that particular database. In that, I can keep X file, Y table, A table, B table. I will keep multiple tables within that database. So Derby is a tool. Default is a default database. अगर चाहिए तो आप लोग भी you can create your own database. Okay, you can create your own database. Okay, that database holds only a metadata, nothing else. Only database. Sorry, schema definition. Okay, your actual records are stored where? In Hadoop. Okay, actual records are distributed in Hadoop. And this distributed data you can view through Hive using scripting language called HQL, which is based on SQL. Okay, those who have a knowledge on SQL, they can extend, they can enhance their knowledge. Okay, to learn big data. To learn big data. Now, you as a data scientist, you as a data analyst, you want to view a data. You want to analyze the data. Developer will not do, right? Data scientist will analyze the data. Data scientist will analyze the data. Like, I think I have one case, one is there in that case, you can, like, for example, whenever you give a rating, okay, now, for example, Kantar, you might have given a rating. There is a movie database. In the movie database, so you are given, every movie has a code. So against that movie, okay, you have given a feedback. Okay, you might have given Kantar is too good, too bad, too costly, too heavy, something you might have given. Okay, actor is good, actress is good, something comedians are good. You might have given so many feedback. Feedback is given not in terms of what are structure, right? You write whatever you feel. Okay, so Kantar movie is a good. Kantar movie is a very scenic movie. Kantar movie has a good actor. Kantar movie has a good acting sense. Okay, you might have given. Now from this data, if I want to analyze how many, whether this movie is a good or bad or okay, I want to analyze based on public view. Based on what? Public view, I want to analyze data. This is called a sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis. Okay, I can, the moment you put a coffee in Facebook, you prepared a coffee, now you put into a Facebook, what do you expect? Wow. Right? You may get wow. You may get thumb impression, like what is this? You may get okay. You may get a wow. Now you take this data, analyze it. Okay, whether my copy, which is published, which is put into the social media, how people are accepting. Okay, that's called a sentiment. You are talking about sentiment of the people. You are talking about a sentiment of the people. Like today, if that Modi wants to continue in the 2024 election, okay, so when he announced that he is a prime minister candidate, so people start discussing, right? Okay, so he was a great PM, he was a bullshit PM, he was this PM, that PM, there are so many things. Now, as a prime minister, if he or she wants to know what people are looking at me, that's called what? A sentiment analysis. That you can do in Hive. Definitely you can do in Hive. But not like a Tableau, not like a Power BI where you put a lipstick. Okay? In Power BI and Tableau and all, you put some colors, na? That you cannot do here. But definitely you can analyze. But for which you have to know advanced functions in Hive. Not regular chota mota functions. There are some functions which are related called n-gram functions, where you can go for a histogram and all. Histogram and all, so you can go for, so that is what you do. Basically, your data is scattered in the Hadoop. So that data I want to view like a structured data, for which you use a Hive. Using simple plain language, not MapReduce. What this tool does basically, it takes command in SQL. Okay, for it evaluates. First, it evaluates whether the command is correct or wrong because it has its engine. Okay, and Hive do not hold any data. It does not hold any data. Data are stored in what? Hadoop. Okay, it simply take a command, evaluates it, compile it, and generates MapReduce job at back. Okay, this tool what it does, it generates MapReduce job at backend. Then MapReduce job is get distributed across all nodes in the cluster, perform it, return result to a Hive engine. In turn, Hive engine returns result to you. Right? You write a command in SQL, backend Hive MapReduce programs are getting executed. Even same thing, Pig. Pig also is an engine. Okay, in which it uses scripting language called Pig Latin. This is a Pig Latin, is a scripting language. You write a command in Pig Latin, okay, it evaluates, generates MapReduce job at backend. So MapReduce job get executes at backend and returns a result. That's also one you can use for processing purpose, you can use for analytical purpose. So this is also used for both purposes. Okay. So next time, what I do, I'll fully focus on Hive. Day one day only for Hive. I think nothing else is there. No, because Pig is not part of that one. No question of coverage. Uji, we know already uses a scheduler. Zookeeper is a coordinator. HBase is a NoSQL database. This much information is enough for that. Okay, Kafka. Like Flume, there is a Kafka also. Kafka is also one data messaging queue, messaging tool. Okay, it can pull data which are in real time and push into Hadoop or anywhere. Kafka is also one of the data ingestion tool. Okay, it's used for a data streaming purpose. Like continuous data is coming, I want to pull and push here. Kafka does not process any data. It simply transports data from one application to another application. Because every application is developed for certain task, right? Every application is developed for certain task. So for that main objective of that application is not to transfer data to somewhere else. Okay, वो transfer के लिए Kafka use करता है. It's just a data transportation tool, I can call it. Data transportation tool. Okay, through which you can ingest data from external source. Okay, now next I will focus straight away on Hive. Day one on Saturday. Day two, I will start Spark. Is that clear? Day 1 fully Spark, sorry, Hive, and day 2 we'll talk about what a Spark. Day 2 Spark, and its next that week. I need 4. I think there is a 36 hours schedule is there what I come to know. Okay, there is 36 hours schedule. So here, what is that? What is this? Zooming. What is the match? I don't know where it is. There is a schedule I got it. In that it shows a 36 hours or 40 hours. I think Jubir said that 3-4 hours chalta hai plus minus. Okay, because otherwise I have to stick to slides only. Okay, thoda explanation karne ke waqt I have to here and there extra ho jayega. So within that, I think next week fully Hive, and next one day we'll cover Spark, and one day तुम लोग machine learning तो आता है ना आपको, तो machine learning on Spark. Okay, machine learning on Spark कर सकते हैं, not a problem. Okay, I need next week and after that 1 week. So next week Hive and Spark. अगर कुछ लगा है तो Hive भी कर सकते हैं. वो अगले दूसरा दिन, but Spark exclusive we can do. Spark is somewhat Spark required. अगर आप लोग को Python में चाहिए तो Spark and Python we can use it. Okay, PySpark. Okay, since you know that Python, so I don't know. See, machine learning में बोल सकता हूँ, but you people already knows machine learning much better. Which function, which algorithm, and all you can call. So you can use it. I will give only a guidelines how to use Spark for. I'll explain about details about Spark and machine learning. I'll explain everything so you can do on that. Like prediction of something, you can do it. अगर आप उनका project है तो I will ask this one. Okay, so now, yeah, this is what we can do next week. Okay, guys, any questions? Before you come to our next class, what is I am expecting from you? Scoop practice. Then you can try with HDFS commands. 2. Agar way time if you get, go through Hive content. I mean, Hive script you go through. I will explain that script here, but you go through script. So otherwise, what I do, I'll just cut paste and do it. Na? You should understand also. Before you just go through the script, kya hai, kya hai, kya hai, kya hai. So I'll explain it. Then we will show practical on this. Okay. Okay then. Okay, guys. Thank you. Yes.